Mic check. 1, 2. Check test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Check, check.
Check test. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2.
Test 1, 2, test.
You need longer than that?
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Go ahead and up that gain one.
I don't know of any. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, that was I think everything's set at 12 now. Oh, this is Katie. Okay. Do we have any sound problems? She was saying somebody reported sound problems. Okay. Katie. And we're talking.
Just a 15 minutes heads up. We will start at 8 a.m. Again, we will start at 8 a.m. Our class 1 can be lining up in the staging.
Take that. Are we doing odd? For the whole class?
We will bring the entire class. So the class 1 market goats, all of them, can line up in the staging area in the alley. Just a reminder, we do not allow paints, powders, adhesives, artificial colorings of any time, no irritants under the tails. Please make sure and follow the rules of the Market Goat Show. Please make sure you have a copy of your weight card with you when you come to the ring. We do have a Memorial Showmanship Awards presentation today. Lauren Julig Memorial Showmanship, which will be a buckle and jackets. Showmanship buckle is sponsored by Morris Glass. Julie and Carrie have been the buckle sponsor for 4 years. They own a local Round Rock business and have been devoted contributors to the rodeo and the youth of Central Texas. Showmanship will be judged throughout the show, so do your best. The buckle and jackets are given in loving memory of Lauren Julig, whose showing career and life were cut short by tragedy. She was an avid Leander FFA and 4-H participant and officer. Her love of showing her animals won her state showmanship awards and prospect shows. This was her event. Reserve showmen will receive jackets that are sponsored by the Hawkins family, Wanda, Fran, and Bruce and Tom Jennings. We appreciate their support of the show, and like I said, the showmanship will be judged throughout the show, so please do your best. All right, folks, we want to welcome everybody to the 2021 Rodeo Austin Junior Market Goat Show. We are very excited to be here, certainly excited that the show could host us this year. Want to kick it off right. We are going to start, if you'll please remove cover, we're going to start with an invocation from Mr. Jeff Dodd.
Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just in awe of the awesome blessings you bestow on us. We're just thankful for the ability to be here this morning, Lord, to continue the tradition we have here at Rodeo Austin of supporting our youth. We ask for fair competition today, Lord. We ask for your will for safe travels throughout the day and as we leave to head back to our homes. We ask that you look over those that are fighting overseas, outside of our boundaries, for the freedoms that we enjoy. Mostly, Lord, we're thankful for your Son and for our salvation. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Jeff. We will now have Mr. Kyle Valenkamp bring us our 4-H pledge.
In support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Kyle. Now, Mr. Trey Hoffman will bring us our FFA motto.
To practice brotherhood, honor agricultural opportunities and responsibilities, and develop those qualities of leadership which an FFA member should possess.
Thank you, Trey. And now, please keep your hats off as we have Gabriela Rodriguez bring us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, great job, Gabriela. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. We are about ready to kick off Class 1 of the Market Goat Show. Class 1 is coming into the show area. Class 2 can be getting ready to check in at the staging. Just a reminder, the show is being live streamed today. If you go to the Rodeo Austin website, you can find the link for the show. So be sure and tell the folks back home to get online and watch the show. We're very pleased to have our market goat judge today, Spencer Scotton. Spencer grew up in Nevada, Missouri. Spencer attended the Butler Community College, followed by Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging teams. He currently resides in El Reno, Oklahoma, where he coaches the Redlands Community College livestock judging team. In addition, Spencer continues to raise show cattle and show goats with his family. Folks, let's give Spencer a big round of applause. Once again, our Class 2 market goats can be checking in the alley. Class 2 market goats. Thank you, exhibitors. Once again, our Class 2 goats should be checked in. Class 2 goats should be checked in and in the holding area of the show ring. Just a reminder, we do not allow paints, powders, adhesives, artificial colorings, irritants under or around the tail. Please follow the rules, and we appreciate it.
Well, it's good to be with you guys here this morning. I'm excited to get to spend my day with you here in the Goat Show. And we start off with a good first class, and there's a lot of differences in here as we work through these, just a lot of variation in types and kinds. There's some of them that are a little quicker in their maturity, that are a little stouter and a little more ready today. There's some of them that are just a little bit greener and could probably fit just a little bit heavier of a weight, honestly, if we had another show to go on to. But they all ended up here in Class 1, and here we sat with the top 5 of them that all have some good things about them, and yet the one that's going to go ahead and lead off for me does so very, very handily. That one, as you step off to the 3/4, that one does a good job of blending what I like about our goats sitting in 2 and 3. That one has the kind of mass and power and just spread down low that I like to see. He's big-chested, he's bold-bladed, he's real good in his rib shape. He's got just a little more punch and a little more power to him relative to this one that's coming out in 2nd, and he's quite a bit better looking than this one that's coming out in 3. So he kind of combines the look that we see in this one sitting in 2, the extra power and stoutness that we see in the one sitting in 3. That one for me becomes the combination goat to go ahead and lead off with. Now, make him perfect. We could set him back in his knee just a little bit. We could pick him up in his tail set and his hips not just right. But in here in this class, that one becomes the blend of power and balance to go ahead and lead us off. The one that's coming out in 2nd, like we talked about, good looking one from the side. And you do a great job getting this one set up. Awesome in his top line balance. He's quite a bit better up front in the way his neck attaches onto the top of his blade. He's better out of his hip even than the goats that are sitting on either side of him. He's not as opened up in his blade. He's not as bold-bodied. He's not as just massive right there as you meet him right at the backside of his shoulder, over his loin and out of his hip. And honestly, of our top 3, he does rank 3rd in terms of muscle, and he needs to be just a little bit stouter to go ahead and get around that class winner. And that's what makes it close between 2 and 3. And honestly, the yellow-headed goat that comes in probably didn't hit me great first impression, just because of his hide, and I've had him do that too, and man, it does take away from him just a little bit. But as you study that goat in mass and power and stoutness, he's about as impressive as any of them out here, honestly. He is big-chested, he is bold-bladed, he's got as much spread and as much muscle working down the top side of his skeleton as any, and even though his hide takes away from him, and that does make him just a little bit plainer to look at in general, he does set just a little forward in his knee, he gets a little off where his loin ties into his hip, and he too, like our class winner, we need to crank him up in the base of his tail just a bit to make him perfect balance. The one that's coming out in 4, this young lady does a great job showing. She does a really good job getting this goat set up from the side. Awesome in his neck set. This goat from the profile, you might argue him up a spot or 2, but whenever you get up on top of him, that's where he sits in for. He's just got to be more opened up down low, especially through the base of his chest coming into his forearm. Of our top 5, that one's probably the plainest out of his hip and just needs a little more dimension working right in behind him. The goat that's going to round out our top 5, that goat's probably got a little more muscle shape in him, and I do like that. I like his handle just a little bit better, especially right in behind his shoulder. He's a little bit fresher. His hide's better for sure. He's got a little more hip shape just from the side. You back off of him, that goat doesn't balance up quite as well. His top line doesn't stay in him quite as good. His lower body balance isn't quite as good either, especially whenever you get that goat in motion. We just need to piece him together just a little bit better from the side view. Same thing with the one that's going to wind up there in 6. That's a good featured goat that's good up front, just a little off in his hip and his hind leg. He too could use just a bit more stoutness from behind. But again, a good way to start off our day. I think some good ones in here. If you would, let's congratulate all these exhibitors here in Class 1 as they work their way out.
All right, thank you, Judge. Results from Class 1 Market Goats. 10th place, Zachary Casas, Huffman FFA. 9th, Jewel Johnson, King County 4-H. 8th, Annalyn Munzagumba, Karnes County 4-H. 7th, Aaron Barnes, Bridgeland FFA. 6th, Reese Assam, Navarro FFA. The breeder was Blue Team Weathers of Zephyr. 5th, Dryden Taubert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Stoltz Showgoats of Christoval. 4th went to Bailey Locke, Austin County 4-H. 3rd, Carly Talbert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Schrank Showgoats of Early. 2nd, Kinley Danglemeyer, Munster FFA. And our class winner was Macy Hilton, Florence FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 2 market goats is going in the ring. Class 3 can be checking in the alley. Class 3 can be checking in. Once again, our Class 3 market goats should be checking in at the staging area, Class 3 market goats. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Our official show photographer is Show Photos by Katina. You can visit their website at weknowlivestock.com. All placing animals will have a photo taken. They will need to take a photo. And you can view and order photos online at weknowlivestock.com.
Well, as we work into Class 2, I think a good set of goats, and definitely just a little bit deeper than Class 1 in my opinion, but I will tell you it's just a little bit tougher in my mind to put together because up on the top end, I think we've got some goats that each one of them have a lot of really, really good pieces, and maybe where you'd like to change one, there's another one that corrects him in that spot, and so I think it gets pretty tough up here towards the top end because I think you can look out here at these top 5, and maybe you can find an advantage for each one of them that comes out here of our top 5. And I wouldn't argue much with you if you liked any one of these top 5 because each one of them, I darn sure think you can tie into some pieces in each one. The one that's going to go ahead and lead off, he does not want to act like a good show goat out here for you, but that one is good balanced. He's opened up. He's bold-bodied. I like his shape up high really, really well. He spans just a little bit better over his loin, and the biggest difference between 1 and 2 is their hip. This guy is longer and leveler out of his hip, and as he gets out and goes, he maintains his hind leg correctness just a little bit better. Now, for me, that goat's getting just, even though he's in Class 2 here in our lightweights, he is getting just a little more mature about his head. He's getting just a little deeper there in his breastplate. He's not opened up enough through his chest floor, and he does come in at his knee just a little bit. But you step off to the side of him right here like I'm at, his hip is so much better, and that allows him to balance out so much better from the side. And you get up on top of him, and he still handles a lot better from his last rib into his hip, and everything blends there just a little bit better. Now, that one does need to get out here, and he does need to present himself and show off just a little bit, but I still think that's a pretty solid goat to go ahead and start with. Front 2/3 of this goat, especially you get up on the chest view of this goat coming out in second, that's where he's really good, and that's where he's the best in here. That is one big-chested dude with a big blade laid in him. He is awesome coming out of the backside of his shoulder, and honestly, the way he ties his neck into the top of his blade and the way he's tucked up in his chest floor is an advantage relative to our class winner. I like all those things about him, but the reason that he didn't get the initial pull, his hip's just not good enough, and we've got to see him just a little bit leveler out of his hip. He gets just a little bit steeper there from the side, and as you get up on top of that goat, as you get up in front of him, I'm wanting to tie into him, and I'm wanting to love that thing, and then you step off to the side of him, and you think, oh man, his hip's just not quite good enough, and that just doesn't allow him to balance up good enough from the side, and he wants to hook his hind leg up underneath him, has just a little extra set to it. You put a good hip and hind leg on that goat, I think you slide him up to the top of this class, and you do it pretty quick. The red goat coming out in 3, that is a better built one from the side. That's a good looking one. He's big-footed. He's rugged in his bone work. That guy's really tall fronted. He's elevated. He's real good pattern from the side of our top 3. He just needs a little bit more to him. Get up in front of those things. It needs to be more opened up through his chest, especially from behind. We've got to see that go with just a little more hip shape, a little more pin width in him, power him up, then he becomes more competitive, and I think you can tie into him. The one that's coming out next, I really like some pieces about this goat. He is tall-shouldered, he is long-necked, he is big-chested, and he is really surprising whenever you get up and handle this guy because he spans big and square over his rack. That might be the biggest loin goat in here, and I really like that about him. He's a little twisted up front, and we've got to square him up at his knee, and the way he comes to his front foot, his lower body balance isn't quite as good on the move. He wants to tuck up to his flank, and the deepest part of him, he funnels to his chest just a little bit too much, and his hip and his hind leg, we need to lengthen and level his hip out just a little bit as well. But get up on top of him and get your hands on him or get in front of him, that goat's pretty impressive right there. Another goat that from the side I like, and you do a good job getting this one presented out here. He keeps his top line more in check than a few of these out here. He's probably lays just a little bit better in his lower body, but for me, you get right up on top of him, his body shape and the turn that he has coming right in behind his shoulder isn't quite good enough. We need to see him just a little bit bolder bodied, a little more massive. He needs to tie just a little bit square there over his loin edge. Biggest thing for me, gets a little bit frailer there at his foundation. He wants to get just a little bit weaker on his rear pastern. We need to pick him up there, make him just a little bit stouter boned and just a little bit stouter everywhere to go ahead and be comfortable with running him up to the front of this line. But again, very good class of them. I think it's very competitive out here. There's some different things that you could do, and from my standpoint, this class wasn't easy to put together because these things just came in different shapes and different sizes, but they were all good up here on the top 5, and you did a good job with them. Congratulations. If you guys would, put your hands together for our top 5 as they work their way out. As we work on down, again, a good set of goats that ended up 6 through 13, 14, however many that we pulled. Some of them we need to change just a little bit from a structure standpoint. Some of them just need just a shot more muscle and power to go ahead and be more competitive in here. But again, nice job to you guys. Congratulations.
All right, results from Class 2. 10th place, Maddox Sewell, Munster FFA. 9th, Addison Janisic, Gonzales County 4-H. Breeder was Highview Ranch of Burnett. 8th, Marcus Lambrano, Brownwood FFA. 7th, Matthew Reyna, Academy Pride FFA. 6th, Kylie Hartley, Kaufman FFA. 5th, we have Cassidy Westbrook, Aquila FFA. 4th, Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H. 3rd, Ritzy Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. Breeder was Tornado Alley Showgoats of Dimmitt. 2nd, McCaleb Hammond, Thrall FFA. And our class winner was J.C. Townsend, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder was Taylor Livestock of Comstock. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 3 is now entering the ring. Class 4 should be checking in at the staging area. Class 4 can be checking in. Once again, Class 4 can be checking in. Class 4 can be checking in. Thank you, exhibitors. Just to let you know, Ram is the official truck of Rodeo Austin. You can stop by the Ram Rodeo trailer on the south side of the show barn to sign up for your chance to win you can sign up to win money towards a new Ram truck at the Ram Rodeo trailer. Thank you to Ram for your continued support of Rodeo Austin. Also, tell your friends and family who are watching from home to check out the live stream. You can visit the live stream at rodeoaustin.com. This is presented by Capital Farm Credit. We also want to say thank you to HEB, who is the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. We want to thank several sponsors of Rodeo Austin: Schmidt Electric, AFP, Dell, Plains Capital Bank, Boot Barn, Greater Austin Development, Frost Bank, WorkQuest, Capital Cleaners, and Cover 3. We also want to say thanks to our equipment sponsors: RDO Equipment, Ewald Kubota, Sunbelt Rentals, The Grass Patch, Texas First Rentals, TELUS Equipment Services, and Area Wide Protective. You can also check out the Rodeo Austin official merchandise booth on the south side of the show barn. Be sure and visit them. And once again, you can tell your folks back home to watch the live stream being provided to us by Farm Credit. Thank you for their support.
Well, as Class 3 was rolling in, I knew it was about to get pretty fun, and these things are really, really good up top. And definitely the most competitive set that we've had through our first 3 classes out here. And honestly, as we were pulling these things, I was liking quite a few of them. Just initially, they were hitting me pretty hard. And honestly, there were probably 4 of them for me that are a little more competitive in here. Great differences in them, but as we got down as we got down to that final 5, started breaking them down, I'm very comfortable with the way that we shook out. And the one that's going to go ahead and lead off, you get right up on top of him, and even though 1 and 2 are very competitive, they're both really good. I can find advantages for both of them relative to each other out here. The biggest difference between 1 and 2, you get right up on top of him. This one came, and he's 12 o'clock today. He is way bolder at the top side of his blade. He is way fresher about his height. He's way better in the way he spans over from his last rib into his hip. He is way bigger and stouter in his loin. You drop down to the ground, that goat's got more foot and bone and forearm and feature. I like that about him as well. He's just a little more correct in the set and build of his hind leg from the side. Whenever you get him out, he'll pull his hock in just a little bit. If we were to make him perfect there, we could square him up at his hock because he hocks in just a little bit from behind. But from the side, I do much prefer the build of his hind leg, the way he comes to his pasture, the extra foot and bone and feature that he has. That one's definitely 12 o'clock fresh when you get right up on top of him, and that's a good looking one that balances upright from the side. The one that's coming out in second, you get right up in front of these things, that's the tall-shouldered, elevated one. First look you get at him's that big chest and that long neck coming right at you, and I like that. Really, really good in terms of the width and the elevation of his chest floor. That goes the best in his neck set. He's the most elevated up front. I love all those things about him. That's a goat that's still got muscle. He's just a little bit staler there whenever you get your hands right on him. He needs to tie just a bit square there from his loin into his hip. He gets just a little sharper and a little more peaked right there. That goat needs a little more bone and substance and just a little more timber there at the ground for me personally. And he does get just a little bit softer in his rear pastern as you watch him go. He's a little bit staler there about his hide. And it's just the little things as we get up towards the top of these classes that are going to be very, very competitive. It's just the little things. That goat just didn't have as many extras to go ahead and sort up. He's just a little bit frailer, and his hide needs to be better, and his loin needs to handle just a little bit better. But boy, he is good up front. The one that's coming out in third, I love this goat's build, and you watch these things travel from the side view. He's about as good in his skeleton as anything out here. Great footed, good boned, awesome in his angles, collected in his top line, balance is great from the side. All those things from the side view I love about him. That goat, you get right in behind him, not enough progression there to his hip and his pin set. He's got to be stouter to his upper hip. He wants to close up and become just a bit narrow there as he tracks away from you. But his look, his balance, and his structure and his freshness are going to leave him in our top 3 because that's a good built one to go ahead and fill our third spot. The one that's coming out next, he's a little harder muscled for sure. He's more elevated up front. Girl does a great job getting him out here and getting him presented. He too could be just a little bit fresher hided. That goat handles just a little bit sharper right in behind his shoulder. Even though he's firm to the touch, there just needs to be a little bit more of him there. He just needs to come out of the back of his blade just a little bolder, just with a little more squareness right there, especially over his loin edge as well. We could fix him there and see him just a little bit square, but another good looking one, and you do a great job getting him shown out here. Young lady's goat that's going to round out our top 5. He's got the kind of stoutness and muscle that I like. Big chested, bold bladed, bold bodied goat with a lot of spread up high. Real massive goat that doesn't lack muscle. His balance isn't quite as good because of his hip structure. He gets just a little bit too steep hipped. We need to crank him up in his tail base. Goat that's getting just a little bit staler heighted, and again, one that maybe he's got a lot of muscle and he's got a lot of spread up high, but we could tone him up and see him just a little bit more expressive. 6 was real close. That's a better heighted, better looking goat from the profile. He gets just a little tight in his spine and tight in his top line. He gets a little bit flatter in his body. Red goat coming out next needs to be just a little bit stouter boned and better at his knee as we work on down. Some good goats in here, easily the deepest class of the day, so congratulations to everybody that made the top end and made the pull out here. Got a good set of goats. Congratulate them on their way out. They did a darn nice job.
Results from Class 3. 10th place, Cooper Graves, Munster FFA. 9th, Harley Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. Breeder was Tornado Alley Showgoats of Dimmitt. 8th, Ethan Botroff, Whitesboro FFA. Breeder is Tucker Showgoats of Sherman. 7th, Kason Witherspoon, Iowa Park FFA. 6th, Journey Johnson, King County 4-H. 5th, Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. 4th, Chloe McClellan, McLennan County 4-H. 3rd, Emerson Poole, Stratford FFA. 2nd, Sophia Crisoni, Brazos County 4-H. And our class winner, Shelby Prenew, Johnson City FFA. Breeder was Flack Showgoats of Pipe Creek. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 4 is entering the ring. Class 5 can check in. Class 5 goats can check in. Just as a FYI, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the Division II drive. So after the Division II goat drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Once again, our Class 5 goats should be checked in, Class 5, at the staging. Still missing 2 exhibitors from Class 5. If you have a Class 5 goat, you need to come check in.
Well, we've got another really, really good class here, and again, very competitive up on the top end, but I think there's a couple of them. There's a pair of them. You need to get sorted up into 1 and 2 pretty quick here, and as quick as you get those 2 sorted up, I think you need to find this young lady's weather up here to win. That one is awesome in terms of his shape and his boldness. I really, really love that one. Once you get off to the 3/4, just where I am right here, he is so opened up in his chest, big in his blade, bold in his body, real stout out of his hip, and he handles the part too, no surprise. That guy's fresh in terms of his height and his hair and his presentation. He is 12 o'clock in his handle. Hey, he's got just a ton of spread and mass up top. Still got a good look to him from the side. If we're going to change that one and make him just perfect, we could neaten him up just a little bit in the way he ties right there at the top of his blade and right in behind his shoulder, especially whenever you get him in motion. He does get just a little bit off right there, and we could change him right there, and he almost wants to toe in just a little bit up front. You could square him up right there to make him just absolutely perfect. But for me, he's got to win this class, and he does so very, very handily, in my opinion. The one that's coming out in second, this young man does a good job getting this one stuck out here. Good looking one that I love his foundation. He's good footed. He's good bone. The build of his hip and his hind leg, I think, is excellent. And again, that's a goat that runs uphill. He's good in his neck attachment. He probably pieces together just a little bit better in his top line, honestly, whenever you're comparing him to our class winner, whenever he's on the move. But big difference is get right in front of him, get right up on top of him. He's not as opened up. He's not as bold coming into his forerib. He doesn't have as much spread and mass and squareness over his rack, and especially to the edge of his loin. 2 really, really good goats. That one just gets out horsed in here in a tough pair. The one that's coming out in 3, really, really fresh. Another good presented goat that's tall-shouldered, really crisp to the handle. Goat gets just a little bit frailer than the ones that go out right ahead of him. That one you step up in front of him. Of our top 3, that's the biggest difference for me. Right in front of these goats, he's got to be more opened up through his chest floor. He's got to be just a little bit bigger there, just a little more spread, a little more opened up there at his knee all the way to the ground. He could be changed just a little bit out of his hip as well. Stu, good job showing him. He's tall fronted, he's good heighted, and he's good handling. Another real solid goat that comes in here in 4. Probably not that extra wow factor from the side because he doesn't run uphill. He isn't quite as flashy. He isn't quite as neat in his neck attachment up front, but he is bold-bodied. He is opened up. He is good in his skeleton, and he's quite a bit stouter in his bone work and just a little more opened up there in his heart and his forerib compared to the white-headed goat that we're going to roll out in 5. But if he wants to be just a little more competitive with that initial trio, let's elevate him up front and see him just a little bit neater from the profile. The goat that's coming out in 5 doesn't have that problem because he probably is just a little more striking as you get right off to the side of this thing. Elevated, neat-fronted, good heighted goat that handles real crisp and real firm. Just needs a shot more bone and feature for me. That guy gets of our top 5. He's probably the one that's the frailest in his foot. He's the frailest in his bone and just needs a little more stoutness right there. Get right off to the 3/4 from his blade coming into his forerib. Got to be just a little bit more opened up right there. Even though he handles firm and he's good heighted, his loin could tie in just a little bit square there at the front side of his hip. But again, good class of them, though. These 2 up front hit me pretty hard, and I like that one that wins quite a bit. Congratulations. Another good lineup of them down the line. Just fell in a tough class and needed just a few more extra pieces like we were talking about in here. Some of these goats get just a little bit plainer, a little bit staler just in terms of their muscle pattern. But again, great class of them. Congratulations to you guys.
Results from Class 4. 10th place, Kason Wink, Post FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers of Zephyr. 9th, Grayson Downs, Whitesboro FFA. Breeder is Cowley Showgoats of Amarillo. 8th, went to J.C. Collins, Clayburgh, Kennedy County 4-H. Breeder was Shrank Showgoats of Early. 7th, Catherine Higgins, Bell County 4-H. 6th, Cade Bays, Axtell FFA. 5th, Caden Fought, Poth FFA. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 4th, Rebecca Burgess, Graham FFA. 3rd, Mason Hatfield, Mason County 4-H. 2nd, went to John Reed Decker, Tom Green County 4-H. And our class winner was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock of El Dorado. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our Class 5 goats are in the ring. We will need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 4 to check in. And then Class 6 will be checking in shortly thereafter.
Do you have the
Once again, we need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to come check in. Following our Division I drive, our lightweight drive, we will have Class 6, so those folks need to be getting ready as well. Thank you. Go to exhibitors. Once again, our first and second place exhibitors from classes 1 through 4 should be checked in at the staging area. If they have not done so, please come on up here. And then we will begin lining up class 6 goats in the alley. Our Class 6 exhibitors can check in the alley. Class 6 can check in.
Well, again, just like the classes that we've had before, another really good one, and again, very competitive up here on the top end. The young lady that's going to go ahead and lead off for me, I think you've got to find this one, and in my opinion, I'll run this one to the top pretty quickly. Really, really good in his build. You start at the ground, and he's just good at his foundation. That thing's big-footed. He's heavy-boned. He's opened up. He's square-built. That thing's just square-built than the rest of them in terms of his lower skeleton, the way he comes to his lower joint work. You get off to the side of him, get these things in motion. That one's easily the best in the way he ties his neck up onto the top of his shoulder, the way he maintains his top line, the way that guy gets out and goes is very good. And still, like I talked about, he's square built, he's opened up, he's big bladed, he's big forearm. That thing is opened up and bold bodied all the way through. Now you get right up on top of him. That thing does not have a groove coming right out of the back of his shoulder. That's not the biggest rat goat that we have out here by any means. And honestly, if we're going to change him, that's probably where we'll change him and make him just a little bit bolder coming right out of the back of his shoulder. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But for me, that one's not light muscled by any means. And he is by far just the squarest and best built one that's the best at his foundation. And especially as you study their front end skeleton and their foot and their bone and the way they hit the surface, that's where he's going to get around this goat that comes out in two. This goat that comes out in two, initially whenever he comes in, maybe doesn't just overwhelm you, and then you get him and get up on top of him, get him on the rail there, and then get off to the side of him. That goat just keeps working his way up because there's not a lot of big issues with him. He's tall-shouldered, he's good-looking, he's fresh, he's great presented. You do an awesome job getting him shown out here because you do an awesome job keeping his neck out of the top of his blade. Really, really good in the way he comes down his top line. He gets just a little bit steeper out of his hip. That goat's knee needs to be laid back in him quite a bit for me, and we need to square him up there in his knee and all the way down to the ground. The way he comes to his front foot of our top five that we have out here, goat needs a little more foot and bone and just real feature for me. And like we talked about, he wants to get just a little steeper out of his hip. I love the muscle shape and tone of this goat coming out in three. We talked about our class winner maybe not having the biggest rack in class, and this one does right here. He is awesome coming out of the back of his shoulder, real bold, real square, awesome in terms of expression. Goat gets just a little bit plainer off to the profile. He's just a little bit lower set up front, breastplates poking out in him just a little bit. That goat, you get right in behind him. He wants to come in and come to his hock just a little bit tight, and we've got to square him up just a little bit more there from directly behind. For as much power and stoutness as he has up high, that guy wants to close up at his hock and pinch it in just a little bit too much from behind. Goat that's coming out next, good look up front, things tight-heighted. He's got some muscle expression to him right out of the back of his shoulder, but as you work back from there, he's a little too sharp over his loin and needs to lay square right there from his last rib into his hip. That goat gets just a little bit steeper out of his hip as well, and it takes away from his balance from the profile. Goat that's going to round out our top five, another one. Young man does a great job getting this one presented out here. He actually looks very good whenever he's put together on the stand, just a little bit better in his top line, the way he pieces it together, than the one that goes out right ahead of him. Get that guy in motion. He gets just a little extra set to his hind leg, wants to hawk it in, gets just a little bit frailer in his build, and that guy just needs just a little more power and a little more real body shape as you study him right out of the back of his blade. But again, very competitive top five, but still one that needs to go ahead and win, in my opinion, as we work on down some good goats in here. I love this goat's power and mass that's coming in six, and he was so close. You get up on top of him, that's exactly what I like in terms of width, the skeleton, body shape, boldness, and stoutness. I absolutely love that about him, but whenever you get him in motion, he's just not handling himself good enough, and he needs to be a little bit better on his feet and legs. But that goat's real, real good in some areas. As we work on down, some of them need to be just a little bit crisper to the handle, just a little bit stouter and better looking, but again, it takes a pretty good one to get up here in the top five. So congratulations all the way through this class.
Before we do our Division One drive, I'll go ahead and announce Class 5 results. 10th place was Katie Jewett, Kaufman County 4-H. 9th, Cahill Isom, Lampasas FFA. 8th, Haley Hendricks, Nolan County 4-H. 7th, Rianne Gallardo, Uvalde County 4-H. 6th, Richard Spencer, Fisher County 4-H. 5th was Rihanna Clayman, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Two Springs Ranch of Bront. 4th, Ashton Cardos, Gonzales County 4-H. 3rd, Raina Jo Epley, Lynn County 4-H. 2nd was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Emma Latham, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Okay, we are ready for our lightweight division drive. From Class 1, our first place exhibitor was Macy Hilton, Florence FFA. Second place from Class 1 was Kinley Dangelmeyer, Munster FFA. First place from Class 2 went to J.C. Townsend, Guadalupe County 4-H. And second from Class 2 went to McCaleb Hyman, Thrall FFA. First place from Class 3 went to Shelby Pernew, Johnson City FFA. And second from Class 3 went to Sophia Cresoni, Brazos County 4-H. Out of Class 4, first place was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place from Class 4 went to John Reed Decker of Tom Green County 4-H. And from Class 5, first place, Emma Latham, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. And second was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 6 exhibitors need to be lined up at the staging area. Class 6 exhibitors, if you have not checked in, please do so. We will need a parent or advisor to the show ring for the division champion and reserve champion. When those are selected, we will need a adult representative to come to the ring to help with some paperwork.
Announcer.
Exhibitors 4681 and 2875, you are needed to check in. 4681 and 2875.
Well, a good set of class winners here in Division One as we get our first five classes back out here, first and second, and a lot of good ones. 10 of them that I like a bunch that come back out here. We'll discuss your class winners just a little bit and briefly as we get them in here and plug them back into our division, kind of where they fit. Started off with a good one there that won Class 1. I thought that one won that particular class pretty easily and really set the stage for the rest of our day in Division 1 really nicely. He's opened up. He's big-bladed. He's bold-bodied. He's a goat that's got muscle. He's got some look and some balance from the side. We talked about him there in class, even though he needed to win that class pretty easily. He does need to be set back in his knee, and he's not just perfect out of his hip, but I still think a lot of pieces in that goat that represent that lightweight first class very, very well. Class 2, there was some mix and match in there. There was a lot of different kinds. Goat's just pretty solid that comes out of there. He's good-footed. He's good-boned. He's good-bodied. He's got enough muscle to him. He's just a little bit better out of his hip than that one that comes out in 2. We plug him back into this lineup where the water gets just a little bit deeper. That goat becomes just a little more ordinary in his look, and I'd like to see him just a little bit neater up through his chest floor and his breastplate and just the way he pieces everything together from the side. He might not have the extra bells and whistles that we see in some of these other class winners, but I thought in that class he kind of became the answer to the complete one that had the most balance and just had the least wrong with him to go ahead and lead us off there. Probably a little more competitive here in 3, and as we get into these classes 3, 4, and 5, I thought that's where the water got just a little bit deeper. I like a lot of pieces about this goat as we study him from the profile. He's good looking. He's big featured. Like we talked about there in class, he came to Austin 12 o'clock, and he is for this show. Whenever you get up on top of him, awesome in his height. He's great in the way he comes out of the back of his blade. I thought freshness was a big difference there between 1 and 2. You compare him and take nothing away from class 1 and 2, but probably our heavier 3 classes are just a little more competitive out here in my opinion. You compare him to those goats that come out of 4 and 5, that goat maybe doesn't tie together and piece together right there in his jump muscle at the top of his hip quite as well. You study him right up front, even though I think he's opened up enough. He's sure not the biggest chested one out here by any means, but again, that's a pretty solid one, and you do a great job getting him stuck out here. I like his presentation, I like his feature, and I like his freshness. We come to this one out of class 4. We talked about that one in class. There was a good pair of them in there, and I thought this one won that class very, very handily. Where I like this one, and we talked about him in class, you get off to the 3/4, that is undoubtedly the power goat out here. That is the biggest chested. He is the boldest bladed. He is the best ribbed one out here by a ways, in my opinion. and he comes the stoutest out of his hip, and he's got the most shape. He's another one that's just dialed in 12 o'clock, and you get up on top of him and handle him. I don't think there's any question once you do that, who's the power goat in here then, because he is so bold. He is so fresh out of the back of his blade. Big square loin, big stout hip in that guy as well. We talked about his look. He's got a good look from the side, and I like his balance, but you get him in motion. He opens up just a bit at the top of his blade. He doesn't hook up just perfect right in behind his shoulder, and we talked about him there in class. We can maybe square him up on his front feet just a little bit as he comes at you. And that goat's attitude probably doesn't help him any, because he does kind of want to fight that halter and shrug back just a little bit. But, man, I love that guy whenever you get up on top of him. He is so opened up, so bold, great heighted, too, and that only helps his handle. The one that comes out of Class 5, again, I thought a good class, and we just talked about those. That one's the best built goat out here in our lineup, and for me, there's no question about that. Big-footed, stout bone. That one's the squarest hind-legged one out here, and I like that. You get these things in motion. He does the best job of throwing his head up and getting out here and getting off of both ends of his skeleton. Probably the best, in my opinion. Like we talked about in that class, he's still opened up. He's still bold built, but that goat's darn sure not the power goat out here, and if we were to change him, that's probably where we do it. You get right up on top of him, and especially as we get him out here and we get our class winners back out here compared to the goat that's sitting right in front of him, you get to that same view, and he probably could stand to be just a little bit bolder there, coming right out of the back of his blade and fill in just a little bit bigger and bolder over his rack, but still, he's definitely, for me, he's definitely got enough muscle, and he did to go ahead and win that class, but as we plug him in back here, he could probably stand just a shot more boldness right in behind his blade, so it gets, again, relatively close out here, in my opinion, between a couple of them. Like I said, take nothing away from the other class winners out here, but the ones that come out of 4 and 5, they're very, very close for me. I think they're both very good. I'll take one more look at them, and you know the advantages that I see in them both out here. I'll take one more look at them. We'll select you a champion in reserve out here in this division. If you guys would, around ringside, let's congratulate all 10 of them that made it back out here on a great day.
Our lightweight Division I champion goes to Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. And our reserve champion goes to Emma Latham, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Once again, Class 6 should be checked in. We're about to start that class. There will be the random test from this class. Class 6 will be the 4th place exhibitor. So the 4th place exhibitor from Class 6 will be tested. Once again, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the Division II drive. So after we complete the Division II drive, we'll take a short lunch break. If we can get a parent or advisor for the Division Reserve champion to come to the show ring, please. Class 7 should be checking in and staging. Class 7. You go to exhibitors. Need exhibitor 3898, Madison, to come to the check-in area, 3898.
Well, a good class to go ahead and get us started off here in Division 2. And for me, this has been the toughest class to line up all day, and just how these things come out here, just because there's so many different types and kinds, and there's a lot of things that you like about each one of these. And then up top, as I was sorting through these top 5, it took just a little bit longer up here on the top end. They're just so different, depending on which look you get at them and which angle that you really want to tie to. And there's some things that you can really like about each one of these goats, like I said, and some things that you'd sure like to change. The one that we're going to go ahead and start off with, you get up in front of these things, and as I keep dropping back to what I like and how I like goats build, if you open them up front through their chest, if you put a big blade in them, that big rib and that stoutness and spread is going to follow, and that's where our class winner is going to go ahead and lead us off. Because you get up in front of this lineup, he's the one that for me is easily the one that's built the widest through his chest floor. That's the boldest bladed goat, that's the best in his neck attachment, and like I was talking about, you set that foundation, and then you get his rib and his body backing right up behind that blade, and that's where he's the most impressive one in here. Awesome in the turn coming out of his forerib, right out of his shoulder. That's easily the big back, best handling goat in here that's got the most spread and dimension to him. His front 2/3 I really, really like. Now, my problem and my hang-up with him, and why he doesn't win this class very easily, and he still wins for me, obviously, we've got him up front, but why he doesn't win as easy, that guy's hip and his hind legs just not quite as good. He gets just a little steeper out of his hip. I'd like to set him down and just relax him in his hock and his rear passenger, just stouten him up and square him up in his bone and his foot and his hind leg, and see him just a little more nearly level there out of his hip. That's my hang up with that goat. But everywhere from there forward, I like him the best, and sometimes judging, you just add up the good and subtract the bad, and what you like best, that's what we're going to land on. I like that goat's power. I like his body shape to go ahead and lead off. This one coming out in second, I think he is better out of his hip. He's a little longer and leveler there from his hook to his pin. He's bigger footed. He's heavier bone. He's hairier legged too, which kind of adds to that stoutness of feature. Good looking goat from the side that's tall shouldered and long necked. My question mark in him, get up right up on top of him. He doesn't span quite as well over his loin. You get right in behind this lineup. He's got to have a little more hip shape and track, just a little bit stouter going away from you, because that goat does want to close up just a little bit the further you work back, and that's where he gets beat in here. The goat that's coming out in 3, this guy came in, it probably wasn't love at first sight, because he's just a little bit plainer up front. He gets just a little bit off in his knee, and he needs to be changed there in the way he's built in his skeleton, but he just kept working up the line, because that is one stout sucker, and I like that about him. He's got some boldness of feature. He's big forearmed, he's big footed, he's big bladed. That goat's got more dimension and more power in him than these two that are right in behind him. But like I said, what gets him beat in here, that first impression, he's a little more mature. He's a little plainer about his head and his neck there and the way it ties into his shoulder. He too gets a little off in his hip. He needs to be set back in his knees, dropping out in his breastplate just a little bit. So fix him in his build, and then I think we can maybe tie into him just a little bit harder. This goat that's coming out in 4, this goat hit me pretty hard whenever he first came in, because I like his build and I like his skeleton. Get up on top of him. That goat's just a little soft and spongy in his handle. We need to crisp him up and firm him up just a little bit. He's another goat that you get right in behind him. We got to see him just a little bit stouter out of his hip to be more competitive in this class. But right there's the look that you like about him, because he is nice looking and nice built from the side. The goat that's going to round out our top 5, another big-footed, heavy-boned one that's got some pieces that I like. His extension is good. His length up front is good. Goat gets just a little flatter bodied, especially right in his forerib. We've got to see him just a little bit bolder there. He's too sharp over his loin. If we could just square him up there and see him just a little bit bigger in his body cavity and a little bit bolder right there coming out of the back of his shoulder in his forerib, and flatten him out and see him a little bit square in his loin, then I think that one becomes more competitive in here. But again, a good class of them. That's what I see in these things. I don't think anything's easy in here, but I think a nice set of goats. This goat that's gonna go ahead and fill in 6, he was close. He just needs a little more bone and feature. That goat got just a little bit frail for me, and as we work on down, just some goats that have some nice pieces, but that's kind of what they are. They're just a little bit piecier in the way that they're put together, and they don't maybe have some of the extras that these up front do. But again, a good class to sort through. Again, fun for me, but not easy. But congratulations to you guys on a good set.
Results from Class 6. 10th place, Landon Schiller, Blanco County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. Ninth, Brooke Fisher, Kerr County 4-H. Eighth, Zoe Casey, Cy-Fair FFA. Breeder is Fry Showgoats of Robert Lee. Seventh, Austin Brown, Glenrose FFA. Sixth, Haley Plah, McLennan County 4-H. Fifth, Cora Wilkins, Navarro FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers of Zephyr. Fourth, Brooklyn Byers Cosby, Anderson Shiro FFA. Third, Elizabeth LaCroix, Grapevine FFA. Second, Elise Talbert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Talbert Showgoats of Miles. And our class winner is Matthew Bridges, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Holscher Showgoats of San Angelo. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 7 is entering the ring. Class 8 can check in. Class 8 can check in.
Again, this is
Once again, Class 8 should be checking in. Class 8 needs to be checking in. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors.
Well, here in this class, another real good one up top, and probably these top end ones hit you just a little bit harder whenever they come in relative to the last class. And for me, fun things fall into place just a little bit easier. And I think a pair of goats that we're going to go ahead and start off with, they're both just a little bit different, but both really nice. And I'm pretty comfortable getting those two in the top pair here in this class. The goat that we're going to lead off with, I like his body, I like his balance, and I like his look, especially whenever you get these things in motion. He ties so much neater there from his neck into his shoulder. He's neater in the way he handles his top line. His hip and his hind leg is quite a bit better than the one that's coming out into just the length and levelness of his hip and the set of his hind leg whenever we get him in motion. Now, he could be just a little bit stouter in his foot and a little bit stouter in his bone work to suit me just perfect, but I still like his body shape just a little bit better. I like the way that he balances up from the side with just a little more proportionality, and he keeps himself together. Everything just stays in check just a little bit better on the move. Now, he does need to be freshened up over his loin. That's where this goat in second has the advantage, because whenever you get your hands on him, he is the one of our top five. He comes out the firmest there right in behind his blade. I really like his dimension and his freshness down the top side of his skeleton and out of his hip. That's what makes this pair close, and he does come to the surface with a bigger foot and a little more bone work in him, and I like all those things about him. He's a little too steep out of his hip. He's not quite as opened up in his forerib. You get that guy in motion, he wants to open up at the top of his blade and get just a little bit unhinged there in his top line, and we need to change him there just a little bit to go ahead and get around our class winner. The one that's coming out in three where you like him best is at the stand and from the side. Really good looking one from the profile, just a little bit neater there in his lower body balance. He's tucked up neater in his chest floor. His top line hangs in him just a little bit better than this goat in four. His bone and his foot and his feature is also just a little bit better. Get up on top of him. That goat's getting just a little soft in his forerib. He needs to be just a little crisper to the handle for me. As you watch that guy go away, he needs to handle his hind leg better, and he wants to taper to his pin set, and he's just got to be more opened up as you watch those things go away. The goat that's going to come out here in four, probably just a little more real natural muscle in that one. I like his shape. I like his firmness as you work down the top side of his skeleton, and I do like that about him. A goat that gets just a little bit deeper and plainer about his body. He gets just a little bit off there where his loin ties into his hip, and just a goat that's a bit plainer there from the profile. If we could balance him up just a little bit better and make him just a little sharper looking from the side, I definitely think it would make him more competitive. We round out our top five with a big-footed, stout-boned, big-featured one that probably does have just a little more look up front, and I like that. A goat that's getting just a little bit past 12 o'clock. He's a little looser heighted. He's a little plainer and staler to the touch. You get right in behind him. That's a goat that could probably use just a shot more real dimension there to his pin set all the way to his lower leg. But a young lady that's does a very good job showing him, and that's a stout-featured goat that's got a nice look from the side that landed him in the top five. Let's go. We got coming out next. Just needs a shot more bone work, and he gets a little bit off in his top line whenever you watch him in motion, but he was darn sure a good handling one. That's a really nice carcass kind of a goat as we work on down. Some goats that get just a little bit plainer, and as we get into these heavier weight goats, it's a little bit harder to keep them together, keep them fresh this late in the year, and that's what's happened to some of them. They're getting just a little bit past 12 o'clock. But again, congratulations to a good class of them, especially our top five up here.
Class 9 can be checking in. Class 9 can check in. Results from Class 7. 10th place, Madison Cornell, Deer Park FFA. 9th, Maya Newton, Bear County 4-H. 8th, Mackenzie Gottschalk, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. Breeder was 431 Compadres Cabritos of Snyder. 7th was Cannon Dan's, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder was Highview Ranch of Burnett. 6th, Joaquin Schlesinger, Uvalde County 4-H. 5th, Riley Vallenkamp, Runnels County 4-H. 4th, Keeley Ham, Bell County 4-H. 3rd went to Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. 2nd was Colton Hooten, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Two Springs Ranch of Bront. And our class winner was Zane Walker, Eastland FFA. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. If you are missing your phone, you might come talk to us. We have a phone that was left up in the stands. Once again, Class 9 can be checking in. Class 8 is in the ring. Exhibitor 10233, you need to check in. 10233. Still need exhibitor 10233. Colby, you need to check in. 10233. Colby.
Well, a good class of them, and definitely one of the more competitive ones that we had throughout the day yet so far. And as they were coming in, I really, really liked a lot of these. They were hitting me hard. Initial impression, we got them out of here, and as these things were coming back in, I was thinking, man, did I pull back the whole class as these things were coming back? We got a good set of them. Depth of quality in here is very, very good. So if you ended up 6 through however many that we pulled over there, hey, you still got a good one. But these top 5, I think probably 1 to 5, probably the deepest set that we've had in our top 5 yet today. So don't hang your head if you're in this class and over there along the rail, because these things are very, very nice. And yet, as good as they are up top, the one that wins, I think for me, he wins, and he wins easily. I think the decisions in here lie between 2 and 5, but there's not really a decision, in my opinion, which one needs to start again. Like I was talking about, these things coming in, hitting you hard first impression, big chest, bold blade, good look, awesome shape. Whenever you get up on top of him, he is absolutely 12 o'clock in regard to his freshness, and where he is so much better, and where he gets around this goat that comes out in second. He's more opened up at his chest. He's more opened up at his knee. He's bolder there at his blade and coming into his forerib. He handles very, very good and appropriate, and still you get him out in motion. It's a good looking one too. You could crank him up at his tail base just a little bit if you were going to make him perfect, like we've talked about and criticized some of our class winners before this one came in, but still really, really, really high quality goat that's definitely presented today to 12 o'clock. Good job and congratulations there. One that's coming out in second, good looking one from the side. I love this one. Whenever you get off to the side of this lineup, he is tall shouldered. He's elevated. His neck set is awesome. He's quite a bit better looking and just more striking from the profile than the goat that's coming out in third, and that's why he's going to land above him. Compared to our class winner, he wants to pull his hock in just a little bit from behind. He's just a little rounder there to the edge of his loin and needs to be set square there from his last rib into his hip. That goat, whenever you get right up in front of this lineup, honestly, of our top 4, he probably closes up the most there at his knee, and he needs to be opened up just a little more down low. And between 2 and 3, I thought that was the call that you had to make, but I thought he was just enough better looking and enough more striking from the profile that he fit together just a little bit better with our class winner. The one that's coming out in 3, I like this guy's power, and I'm always a sucker for one whenever you get around in front of him that's big-chested and bold-bladed, has the kind of shape and spread that he has. Another one done a great job on hiding hair and presentation and getting him fresh. He's good to the touch. That goat just didn't want to work with you out here today. He's a little bit plainer anyway, and his attitude kind of takes away from his look just a little bit even more. He's kind of short-necked and just a little bit plain in the way he ties it there onto the top of his shoulder. That goat's one of the shorter, rounder hipped ones that we have out here. If he wanted to cooperate with you, he probably would have looked just a little bit better. Might have still not been good looking enough because he is just a little bit plain, but I love that guy's power. I love his body shape, and I love his freshness, and you've done a great job getting him fed and getting him 12 o'clock in here to the handle. The one that's coming out next probably fits together in terms of look from the side and profile. His extension, his length up front probably matches up to our top pair just a little bit better than that one that's coming out in 3. And I wouldn't argue with you a bit there from the profile, but you get up on top of him, you get to a 3/4. That goat actually starts out pretty good in his chest floor, and as you work back from there, he wants to plane up and get just a little bit flatter and pinch there in his forerib. As you get right in behind this lineup, that guy just needs a little more pin width and hip shape. He needs to track away just a little bit burlier whenever you watch those things go away. The goat that's going to round out our top 5, he's got a little more shape, a little little more muscle, a little more body shape anyway, a little more hip shape whenever you get right in behind him. His weight distribution is just a little bit off. He's just a little chunkier fronted, a little deeper chested, a little shorter neck. That guy's hide kind of takes away from him just a little bit too, and he's not as fresh to the handle, and that only takes away from it just a little bit, and you could fix him at his hock just a little bit as well. But a bold-bodied goat that's got some dimension, that he's got some product to him, just a little bit plain and a little bit stale. As we work on down, again, like we talked about at the start of this class, this was a good class and about as deep as any of them that we've had. Just some goats that say, hey, you better have a pretty good one if you want to make the top 5 here in this class. So again, don't hang your head if you're over there on the rail. You got a good one. That's why you're still out here. But again, these top 5 are just that good. So if you would, put your hands together for them as they work their way out. This was a fun class.
Results from Class 8. 10th place, Chelsea Creamer, Webb County 4-H. 9th, Michaela Lively, Llano County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers of Zephyr. 8th, Braden Bryan, Martin County 4-H. 7th, Mallory Randig, Williamson County 4-H. Breeder is Sanders Showgoats of Harper. 6th, Delton Pape, Gonzalez FFA. 5th, Brindley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. 4th, Reed Wyrick, Johnson City FFA. 3rd, Dakota Wright, Grapevine FFA. 2nd, Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. And our class winner was Carrie Humphrey, George West FFA. Class 9 is in the ring. Class 10 can check in. Class 10 can check in. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. For Class 10, we still need a couple of exhibitors. Exhibitor 6507 and exhibitor 1626. 1626 and 6507. You need to check in. Class 10 is sitting in the holding area. Our first and second places from 6, 7, 8, and 9 will need to check in here shortly.
Took just a little bit longer there on that class to figure out what we were going to do between 2, 3, 4, 5. I really wasn't ever questioning which one was winning, because whenever this one came in, I liked this one quite a bit. And from the time he hit the ring, that one was our class winner. Really, really good looking one from the side. That one is tall-shouldered, cobra necked, awesome in his skeleton. I love his build. I love his look from the side. He's still good and fresh in his shape. He's not as overwhelming as some of them that we've seen out here, just in terms of just extra mass, extra power. That's not the stoutest goat that we've had through the ring, but man, that one is so good looking, so fresh, and so good in his skeleton, and he just knows he's good. He always cranks his tail up, always gets his head thrown up, and that goat looks good whether he's standing, moving, get up on top of him, handles good. Good goat to go ahead and lead us off. I guess probably the closer decision was between 2 and 3 for me. The one that's coming out in second, I love his handle. Whenever you get up on top of him, that thing is so bold and square right out of the back of his shoulder, so square out of his loin, drops deep into his twist. That thing's got an awesome side shape to his leg. Gets just a little steeper out of his hip for me, and whenever we set him in motion, he's not as good and just dead level out of his hip. He's not as good in his hind leg set and posture as we compare him to our class winner. That guy, for as good as he handles up top, you could maybe give him just a shot more boldness coming into his forerib. He's not the boldest right there in behind his blade that we've seen out here, but still awesome in the shape that he comes from his last rib into his hip. He handles way better over his loin edge than this one that's coming out in 3. Goat that's coming out in 3 has some intriguing pieces, and he's wanting to fight you just a little bit there and kind of lay into you, come apart in his top line, and it kind of further emphasizes where we need to change him just a little bit. He's a little too sharp over his loin edge, and we've got to see him just a little flatter, a little bit square right there, just a little more smooth in the way he transitions from his loin into his hip. He kind of comes up in his jump muscle. He too gets just a little bit steep out of his hip, and whenever he's wanting to overdrive and drive into you too much, it kind of breaks him apart right there, and he'll pull his hock in just a little bit from behind. But front end of that goat, tall-shouldered, elevated, good-chested. You've done a good job with hiding hair on that one and getting him as far as that goes in terms of presentation. Got him looking right. One that's coming out in 4, real solid, real basic in his build. The goat that balances up really well, probably keeps his top line in check just a little bit better than that goat that goes out right ahead of him. That goat, just as we got him out here, just always had his tail down. He got just a little bit plainer in the way he got on the move, especially out of his hip. And that goat, whenever you get right up on top of him, needs just a little bit more shape and expression and just a little crisper handle whenever you get right up on top of these things. The goat that's coming out in 5th, really, really nice in terms of his shape. Whenever you get up on top of him, probably just a little bit fresher hided, just a little bit thinner skin there, and that helps his handle quite a bit. That goat gets just a little deeper chested. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. A goat that has a little extra set to his hind leg for me, and he becomes just a little bit plainer from a balance standpoint because his structure's not quite as good. Really, really nice top 5. Again, some good goats over there. Real stout one that's big chested and bold. Gets a little over at his knee and a little steep out of his hip and just needs a little more body cavity coming in next. Goat that's real good looking and nice built, just needs just a little, the spot backed one anyway, just needs just a little more width down low as we work on down. Some of these things need to be just a little bit fresher to go ahead and push this top 5 just a little bit harder than they do. But again, a really nice class of them, and the one that's going to go ahead and start does so for me pretty easy.
Results from Class 9. 10th place, Sophia Zimmerman, Bear County 4-H. 9th, Caden Dobson, Cochran County 4-H. 8th, Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Breeder is Hinkhouse Livestock of San Angelo. 7th, Costin Allison, Coryell County 4-H. 6th, Mason Hutto, El Dorado FFA. Breeder is Hutto Livestock of El Dorado. 5th, Kyle Valenkamp, Runnels County 4-H. 4th, John Michael Perez, Joshua FFA. Breeder is Highview Ranch of Burnett. 3rd, Garrett Butts, Cedar Creek FFA. 2nd, Emily Matina, Riesel FFA. And our class winner was Sonny Cowley, Randall County 4-H. Breeder was Cowley Show Goats of Amarillo. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Once again, our first and second place goats from classes 6, 7, 8, and 9 need to check in here shortly for the Division II drive. And again, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of that second drive. Had a few people ask, for those that are done with the show and ready to load out, they are welcome to do so. They can pull their trailer back through Howdy and come in, but they will need to take everything with them. So even if they are showing lambs, they need to load all of their stuff and take it out with them. You will need your trailer release when you exit the grounds, so make sure you have that with you. Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Once again, our first and second place goats from classes 6 through 9 can check in for the Division II drive. If you have a first or second place goat from classes 6 through 9 and you haven't checked in, you need to do so. We're wrapping up class 10. Need the first place exhibitor from class 9 to check in. First place from class 9.
Well, this is a good class, and obviously got it boiled down to two of them up here on top, and both of them hit me very, very hard. Honestly, it's not really hard to see the differences between the two. It's just hard to figure out what you want to do because they are both so good where they're good, and they're just a little bit different, and depending on what angle that you get at and whether you're on top of them, beside them, front three-quarter, rear three-quarter, I think there's some balance differences in them. I think there's some muscle differences in them. I think there's some structure differences in them. So I don't think you can call one, oh, that's the better looking goat and that's the power goat. I think they're both just a little bit different. Where I like the one that we're going to go ahead and lead off with, he's built just a little bit nicer for me. That goat's set back just a little bit better in his knee. He hooks up better there right where his neck hooks into the top of his shoulder, right in behind his blade. That goat is significantly better than the one that's coming out in second. He's also longer and leveler out of his hip, and I like his hind leg set just a little bit better. Now, you say, well, that other goat might have just a little bit more to him, but I'm not calling this goat light muscled at all, because you get up in front of him, that guy is big chested, he's big bladed, and you get right up on top of him, that guy's got an awesome turn to his forerib. He's got as much mass and his spread right out of the back of his shoulder and over his loin as anything, and honestly, it was a little bit surprising to me how bold and how square that he was up top, because that goat's got power in him. Now, you've got just an absolute freaking nature in terms of muscle sitting there in second, but I don't think you can call this one light muscled at all. Now, this goat that's coming out in second, now where he's good, I think he's pretty obvious where you like him. That's another one that's just unbelievably good in his shape, especially from right in behind him. He is huge to his pin set. He is so deep in his twist, and he's got so much shape carrying right there through the center and lower part of his leg. I absolutely love that about him. And still, from a balance standpoint, he's a little bit longer necked. He hooks his neck in just a little bit better into the top of his shoulder, into the bottom side of his neck, hooking into his blade is actually just a little bit neater than the one that wins our class, actually. But whenever we set these things in motion, or whenever you get off to the side of him, his hip's just a little bit too steep, and he's just a little bit too up in his knee, up and down in his knee, and he needs to be set back further there. And because he's just a little bit too straight up and down and over in his knee, he gets just a little bit off behind his shoulder. If we fill him in just a little bit right in behind his shoulder whenever we get him in motion, and from the top of his blade right in behind it, he's got to be fixed there, and we got to crank his tail up in him just a little bit. And I don't mind his hind leg set, but he's got just a little extra set to it, and I actually prefer the build of our class winner's hind leg. Good differences between those two. I think they're both really good, and I'd be proud to have either one of them, so congratulations to both of you. Take nothing away from the rest of these, because this paint goat coming out in 3, he is awesome in terms of his shape and his muscularity, great up top. He just gets in here with a couple of them that you really don't want to draw in with. He gets just a little bit wrinkly up there about his hide where his neck ties into his shoulder. He doesn't have the same kind of bone and feature. He's not as elevated and as neat up through his chest floor as those two. But again, good goat, just falls in with a pair that you don't really want to fall in with every day. The goat that's coming out in 3rd, this guy just kept, or 4th, excuse me, this guy just kept working his way up the line. Big-footed, heavy-boned, elevated. I like that about him. He's another goat that just needs to be opened up right there behind his shoulder into his forerib. He doesn't handle as fresh whenever you get right up on top of him. The goat that's going to round out our top 5, that's another goat that's got some muscle. He's got some dimension to him. His body shape is good. A goat that wants to pull his hock in from behind. He gets a little bit frailer in his bone work. He gets a little bit weaker in his rear pastern. So there's just a list of little things that we can tweak on that guy, again, to make him more competitive. But again, very competitive top 5, especially our initial duo that we have up there. As we work on down the line, a good set of goats out here. Some of them need just a few more extra things in terms of balance and stoutness, like we've talked about in some of those previous classes. As these things get so mature and we take them this late in the year, some of these things, time and maturity is catching up to them just a little bit. They're just a little bit staler. But again, a great class of them here. Congratulations on a good set.
Results from Class 10. 10th place was Kayla Frederick, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder was Taylor Livestock of Comstock. 9th, Ava Schlesinger, Uvalde County 4-H. 8th, Waylon Epley, Lynn County 4-H. Breeder was Two Springs Ranch of Bront. 7th, Trinity O'Brien, San Patricio County 4-H. 6th, Ashton Lee, Midland County 4-H. Breeder is Holscher Show Goats of San Angelo. Fifth, Anna Reed, Harris County 4-H. Fourth, Haley Thomas, Peaster FFA. Third, Caleb McMullen, B County 4-H. Second was Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. And our class winner was Britley Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Once again, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after this drive. Okay, we are ready for our middleweight drive. Coming out of Class 6, our first place was Matthew Bridges, Hayes County 4-H. And our second place was Elise Talbert, Runnels County 4-H. From Class 7, first place, Zane Walker, Eastland FFA. And second went to Colton Hooten, Tom Green County 4-H. Class 8, first place, Carrie Humphrey, George West FFA. And second place was Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Class 9, first place, Sonny Cowley, Randall County 4-H. And second place went to Emily Matina, Riesel FFA. And Class 10, first place, Brittany Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. And second place was Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Things got heated up here in our middleweight division really, really quick, and I love our class winners that we bring back out here. Again, 5 class winners in 5 seconds that are all very, very good and very high quality, and I'm glad they got to come back out, each and every one of them. Started off there in that first class. There was a lot of mix and match there. This thing's wide-chested. He's bold. He's good-ribbed. He's one that handles the part. Need to fix him in his hip and his hind leg to be a big-time contender out here, but front 2/3, guy's built right. He's opened up through his chest, and especially from the front view is where you really like that guy. Real solid goat that comes out of class 2. Things good in his build. He's good in his body shape. Relative to some of the other ones that are out here, we could maybe freshen him up in his height. He probably doesn't have some of the extras in terms of that extra foot and bone and feature that we see in some of these other ones out here, but I thought in that particular class, that was a real solid and complete one that definitely, whenever he got off to the side of him, I think balances out and proportions out very well. As we get into classes 3, 4, and 5 here in this division, I think it gets pretty waspy. I think these things are real, real good up here on the top end. I'll be honest, whenever this goat came in, this cape-fronted one that won that 3rd class, I was thinking, man, I'll be really, really surprised if there's something that can beat him here in this division, because that thing is awesome in his shape. That is one of the best shaped goats that we have out here in our lineup. His blade, his body shape, get up on top of him. He is so true to the handle. He is awesome in the squareness and freshness all the way through. Big stout hip and pin set in him, and so whenever he came in, I love that thing, and I still do. I think that one is incredibly good. And then we get one that comes in out of that next class, and then we get a pair of them that come in out of that last class, and I thought, hey, I better not be kicking dirt clods when these things come back in, because it's going to be really, really tough up here, and you better get to studying these things. We talked about this in class. We need to crank that goat just a little bit up at the base of his tail. He twists out just a little bit, and whenever you study him relative to the 3 class winners that we have out of those heavy classes, that one's probably not the stoutest boned one of those 3. He's probably not the most elevated. He's probably not the most unique in terms of his look, but you get up on top of him, he is so good in his shape. He's so good in his boldness. And I'm not saying that he's bad looking. I'm just saying that these other ones are probably just a little more up and out up front. And whenever we get down to the wire, we're going to pick on the little nitpicky things that we see out here, so that way you guys know what I'm thinking. But still, very, very good one that comes out of Class 3. The one that comes out of Class 4 won that class very handily. He came in and first step in. That one is cobra necked and awesome built, great in his presence from the profile. He's another one. You guys have done just such a great job out here getting these things right and getting them 12 o'clock for this show, because he's another one that's great heighted, awesome to the touch right out of the back of his blade from the side. I like that one about as good as any of them in terms of his look and his balance. Now, compared to those goats on either side of him, he probably ranks 3rd just in terms of width underneath. He's not as just opened up all the way through, and he's not the stoutest one by any means that we have out here in our lineup, but I sure love some things about him. And again, whenever he hit the ring, I thought he was going to be a real contender out here, just like the one that won that last class, and both of them get out here, and both of them are. We just talked about that last class, and again, that, like I said, there was a good pair of them in there. I took a while on discussing those to myself and figuring out what I wanted to do. Like I said, I don't think it's very hard to figure out where each one of them are good. Each one of them are just a little bit different where they are good. I love this goat's build that we start off with. Good-footed, great boned, awesome square hind leg in him. And whenever you get up on top of him, that goat, like I talked about in class, he's actually pretty surprising to me just how bold and just how stout that he really is to be that balanced, that correct, and that good looking. I thought of that pair, that one was just a little bit better in terms of his build and his skeleton to go ahead and lead us off, especially right in behind his blade, especially right out of his hip. And you plug him back out here in this lineup, that goat does a good job of blending the things that we liked about him in class, his balance, his build, his boldness of body, still a goat that's got muscle and shape to him. So again, I was thinking as we were working through that last class, through that last pair, I was thinking this one would come out and be a big-time contender, and he is, as well as the one that's second out here. So again, I think a great set of them out here in Division 2. Those are my thoughts on them, and so just kind of take you guys through what I'm thinking about each one of them. But very, very good. Like I talked about in that last class, any of these that are out here, be proud of them. You guys did a great job. job, whether it be raising them, feeding them, showing them out here. All of you guys were definitely on the same page and got them out here and got them looking right. So I'll go ahead and set this down. We'll select you a champion in reserve here in Division II before our lunch break, but it's been awesome. Really, really high quality. If you guys would around ringside, let's go ahead and put your hands together and congratulate each one of them.
Our middleweight division champion goes to Britley Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. And reserve goes to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Again, we will now take a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll see you back in a little bit. Goats of San Angelo. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 12 is going in the ring. Class 13 can check in. Class 13 can check in. Once again, class 13 should be checking in. Class 13. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors.
Well, another good class of them that we have here. Again, a lot of give and take up on our top end. Probably boils down to a pair of them for me that it becomes a little more competitive with. One that hits the ring with just a little bit better first impression is going to go ahead and get the nod for me. Bigger foundation, more foot, more bone, more forearm, more feature in that guy. I like that about him. You get up on top of him. I like the kind of mass that he has coming out of the back of his shoulder. Probably even though he gets just a little bit off there at his loin edge, I actually like his body just a little bit better than this goat that's coming out in two, just the way he transitions from his neck into his blade, into his forerib. Definitely more hip shape and pin width whenever you get right in behind him. The side shape to his leg and the depth that he comes to and his twist and just the shape that he carries all the way down is definitely an advantage compared to the one that's coming out in second. Like we talked about, loin's not perfect. He gets just a little rounder out of his hip. Perfect world, you could square him up in his hock just a bit going away. But for me, that one still hit me the hardest whenever he came in, and that's why he's going to go ahead and lead us off. The goat that's coming out in two, I like some pieces about this guy as well. He runs uphill, really, really good up front. That guy's wide chested. I like that about him. He's firm. He's fresh to the touch. He's just a little bit better heighted than that goat that goes out right ahead of him. Gives up some bone and some feature and some foot size to that one. He probably doesn't blend right there as good from the base of his shoulder into his heart. That goat's carrying just a little more air in his belly, and so it breaks up his loin just a little bit, and so he doesn't tie perfect right there. Whenever you go in and get your hands on him, that becomes the weakest part down his top line, and we've got to fill him in and see him just a little more consistent there. But he's good looking. You do a great job showing. He's hard to the handle and still a goat with some good pieces, and he's just more opened up down low than this one that's coming out here in three. The one that's coming out here in three, again, pieces in this goat that I like. Good up front, tall-shouldered, good in his neck set. He handles just a little bit fresher than that goat that's coming right out behind him. For me, of our top three, that guy just needs to be more opened up there in his body cavity. He needs to be just more nearly level out of his hip and cranked up in his tail base. Set that guy in motion. He gets a little bit softer off of his rear foot, but still, I think the difference between 3 and 4, I thought that was close. This one's just quite a bit fresher whenever you get up on top of him. The goat that's coming out here in 4, he's a little bit better out of his hip. I wouldn't argue with you there. The way he maintains his top line is definitely just a little more appropriate, and I like that. For me, get right up in front of him, need to open him up through his chest floor. That goat's getting just a little bit staler to the touch is the main reason why he's going for, especially right over the edge of his loin. We've got to freshen him up, see him just a little bit crisper to the handle in the way he ties everything together up top, and maybe we could change him just a little bit, how he comes to his hock, square him up there, not his rear pastern, just a little bit there at the ground. But still, good looking one. Do a good job getting him presented out here. Really nice heighted goat that's coming out next. That's good footed and good boned. Another one gets just a little bit staler and just a little past his day to the touch, especially Again, just like the one that goes out right ahead of him, right over that goat's loin edge. He wants to get just a little bit bunched up there right in the center of his spine, a little bit tighter right there, a little bit staler to his loin edge, and just a little bit flatter there through the center and lower part of his hip. But again, a good one nonetheless that's just a little bit better in his build and his balance than this one that's going to go ahead and roll out with here in 6. Goat in 6, a little bit fresher, just doesn't balance up quite as good. As we work on down the line, some goats that just run out of quality and look and balance from the side, a lot of them. And again, maybe you could firm a few of them up just in terms of handle as well. But again, nice class of them up here. A lot of give and take up top. But again, a good set. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 12. 10th place, Jacob Lawrence, Angelina County 4-H. 9th, Kinley Holscher, Highland FFA. Breeder is Holscher Show Goats. 8th, Hadley Cook, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Custer Show Goats of Big Spring. 7th, Tate Weidenfeller, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder is Highview Ranch of Burnett. 6th, Zane Alsop, Decatur FFA. 5th, Haley Walker, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder is Schrank Show Goats of Early. 4th, Sydney Newsom, Medina FFA. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats of San Angelo. 3rd, Lauren Calloway, Scurry County 4-H. Breeder is Wright Show Goats of Eden. 2nd, Coy Alexander, Anderson Shiro FFA. Breeder is Fry Show Goats of Robert Lee. And our class winner was Jaden Davenport, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 13 is going in the ring. Class 14 can check in. Class 14 can check in. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Perfectly placed.
Still missing 4 exhibitors from class 14. If you've got a class 14, you need to come check in. From class 14, we need exhibitors 2887 and 10882 to check in. 10882 and 2887. We are still missing 2 exhibitors from class 14. Megan, entry 2887. Banner, entry 10882. We need you at the check-in. Okay, now we are just missing exhibitor 2887. Megan Hernandez. We need you at check-in.
Well, another good class here in our heavies. And again, I think a lot of give and take up here, a lot of good pieces in these goats up on the top end. Nothing easy to do up here because I think there's just that many nice pieces in each one of them. One that we're going to go ahead and start. For me, I guess there's probably two of them that you need to get sorted up in 1 and 2. And I think they're both just a little bit different. I like the one that we're going to go ahead and lead off with. This one's the one that's the truest in his body shape, especially from his blade into his forearm. That goat's got a little more hip shape and a little more feature in him. He's also the better built one of the pair as well. He's set back more correct in his knee. He maintains his top line, and he's just a little bit better in his spine and the way he gets out and goes and the way his neck attaches to go along with that as well. So for me, that is a good-looking goat that's good structured. He's better built, and he's a little bolder and more opened up and just a little more genuine in terms of his spread up high than the one that's coming out in second. And you're doing a good job out here. It's pretty tough to get those things shown whenever that goat's bigger than you, but you're doing a good job. The young lady that's here in second, I like some pieces about this goat as well. This goat's a little bit firmer to the touch. I do like that. Back off to the side of him, he's a goat that gets a little too tight in his spine, and I'd like to relax him there, see him maintain his top line and keep that just a little more in check from the profile. That's a goat that every so often he'll start creeping over at his knee, and he needs to be set back there just a little bit better. Even though he's a little firmer to the touch, he's probably not as opened up there coming into his forearm. He doesn't have the same kind of hip shape and turn there through his lower leg like the one that we're going to go ahead and lead off with. Good looking one that's really nicely presented coming out here in 3. I like this goat's lines, and I like his balance. Get up on top of him. That goat's getting just a little bit soft to the handle for me. He needs to be just a little crisper and more expressive as he works right out of the back side of his shoulder. I think if we do that, then he'll be more competitive in here amongst this initial trio. He probably gives up just a shot of foot and bone work to those two that go out ahead of him as well. The one that we have coming out next, that's another long-bodied, extended-made kind of a goat. Gets just a little bit staler to the edge of his loin. That's a goat that gets a little bit frailer in his bone work as well. He'll pull his hock in from behind. Just needs to be stoutened up in his feature just a little bit. Goat that we're going to round out our top 5 with. That's a good-looking one from the side. Should do a good job getting him shown off out here. He's tall-shouldered. He's really good from the profile. He's smooth-made, but whenever you get right up on top of him, there just needs to be a little bit more to him, especially from his blade coming right into his body. He gets just a little bit flatter in his upper rib shape, and his upper hip just needs to be cracked open just a little bit all the way through. But again, a good class of them. Really nice top 5 out here with a lot of give and take. So we work on down a really nicely presented goat that, again, just gets a little bit soft to the touch and just a little bit flat from behind as we work on down. Just some goats that we could freshen up just a little bit to the handle. Each one of them could use just a balance tweak or two to go ahead and be more competitive in here. But again, nice class of them. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Class 13 results. 10th place, Madeline Muchigimba, Karnes County 4-H. 9th, Presley Uronic, Thrall FFA. 8th, Alexis Albert, Karnes County 4-H. 7th, Jace Weisoon, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Fry Show Goats of Robert Lee. 6th, Jenna McDougald, Iola FFA. Breeder is Hutto Livestock of El Dorado. 5th, Hayden Rush, Lockhart FFA. 4th, Riley Barrow, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Fry Show Goats of Robert Lee. 3rd, Kyrene Jackson, Milam County 4-H. 2nd, Logan Weidenfeller, Kendall County 4-H. And our class winner, McKenna Cowley, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Cowley Show Goats of Amarillo. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 14 is in the ring. Class 15 can check in. Class 15 can check in. Once again, Class 15 should be checking in. Class 15. These exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors for supporting Rodeo Austin. We have Schmidt Electric, AFP, Dell, Plains Capital Bank, Boot Barn, Greater Austin Development, Frost Bank, WorkQuest, Capital Cleaners, and Cover 3. We appreciate their support. Also appreciate the support of our equipment sponsors, RDO Equipment, Ewald Kubota, Sunbelt Rentals, The Grass Patch, Texas First Rentals, TELUS Equipment Services, and Area Wide Protective. I want to encourage you to check out the Rodeo Austin official merchandise booth on the south side of the show barn. Also, as a reminder, be sure and stop by the Ram Rodeo trailer on the south side of the show barn to sign up to win some cash towards a new Ram truck. We will need our first and second place goat exhibitors from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14 here shortly for the heavyweight division drive. We'll also need our lightweight and medium weight division champion and reserves here in a little bit for the final drive. Just a reminder, as you complete your show, you are welcome to load up and leave. We do ask you to be as efficient as possible. If you come in to load up, please get everything out and move out as quickly and efficiently as possible so we don't have a lot of waiting in different areas and whatnot.
Well, another good class of them that we have here in our heavies, and probably up here on the top end, a little more competitive or a little more depth than a couple of the other classes that we've had in just a second ago. But I still think a good set of them and a nice pair to go ahead and lead off with. And yet I think you need to get these two up towards the top pretty quick. And yet I'm very comfortable with the way that they're going to land. Good-looking goat that's got a lot of presence to him is going to go ahead and lead off. That thing's tall-shouldered, awesome in his neck set. He's really, really neat through his chest floor. That's a goat that I really like the build of his hind leg, and you get right in behind this lineup. I like how much progression he has. Big pin set, big hip, big square hind leg, and tracks away, going away wide, just like you want him to. For me, that goat, whenever you get right up on top of him, he could just open up just a little bit bolder right in behind his shoulder. He wants to come up in his chine just a little bit, and if we're being really, really picky on him, where his loin ties into the front of his hip, it could be just a little more flush right there and just a little bit smoother, but still, where I like him better than the one that we lead off with, you go up front. That's one that's just a little more youthful and elevated up through his chest floor and his breastplate. He's more attractive about his head and his skull and his jawline. That one's hind leg set is quite a bit better for me to go ahead and lead off. And again, a nice pair of them, but that one's just got a few more of those initial first impression things that I latch on to. The one that's coming out in second, this guy's just a little bit better bodied. Once you get right up on top of him, the shape that he comes with right out of the backside of his blade, he's just a little bit bolder and fuller right there over his rack. Big loin edge sitting in that one as well. Muscle is definitely not his problem, and handling quality isn't either, because all those things are good. I like some things about this goat's balance. He's got some length. He still runs uphill, but that goat, as whenever you get to his hip, he wants to slide too much to his tail. We need to see him just a little bit leveler from the side. That goat's hind leg set isn't quite as square, isn't quite as secure. He wants to pull his hock in, and he's got just a little extra set to his hind leg. That goat's jawline and just his facial feature isn't as good. I'd like to fix him right there just a little bit as well. The goat that we have coming out here in 3, bold-bodied and good up front. I like that one right in his forerib. As you transition from there back, he runs out of gas and horsepower compared to those two that go right up ahead of him. He wants to taper to his pin set. He wants to get just a little bit narrower the further that you work back. That goat doesn't handle quite as hard as those two that go out right ahead of him. This one that we have coming out next, I like this goat at the stand. Pieces together really, really nicely. Gets just a little bit softer in his rear pastern, and he needs just a shot more bone work and just foot size to go ahead and be more competitive. But again, nice one from the side there. Just gets a little bit staler over his loin edge and wants to sink down just a little deeper in his rear pastern whenever we get him in motion. The goat that we have that's going to round out our top 5, nice hide and hair, and you've done a good job with that. Another goat that's got some width to chest floor. He's got some shape to his blade and boldness of his body. Just his weight distribution and his proportionality from the side isn't quite as good, especially whenever you get out of that guy. He gets just a little bit heavier up front, and he gets just a little bit plainer in his neck set, deeper in his chest, and the way he comes there to his lower body and through his lower breastplate needs to be just a little bit better there to go ahead and work him up and call him the best balanced one in here, because that's where he gets in a little bit of trouble. As we work on down, real hard handling goat that gets just a little bit harsher ribbed and needs to be opened up right there in his forerib. So we work on down. You guys have done a good job with these things. As we get into these heavy weights, it's hard to keep them fresh. It's hard to keep them toned up. You guys have done a pretty solid job here in this class. Congratulations to them. Good set.
Results from Class 14. 10th place, Dylan Richardson, Gonzales County 4-H. 9th, Karina Rodriguez, Webb County 4-H. 8th, Emma Medlin, Peaster FFA. 7th, Mason Lee, Midland County 4-H. 6th, Grace Moore, Sutton County 4-H. Fifth, Alejandro Quiroga, J.B. Alexander, FFA. Fourth, Tori Peters, Brazoria County 4-H. Third, Mason Smoot, Kendall County 4-H. Second, Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Breeder was 7T7 Genetics of Santo. And our class winner was Banner Young, Burke Burnett, FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. We will need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14 to come check in here shortly for the heavyweight drive. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors. We need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 11 through 14. Please come check in. Followed by our light and medium weight division and reserve division champions.
only need 4, so no, we need 8.
After our heavyweight division drive, we will have a 15-minute break and then bring all of the division champions and reserves back in, reweigh, and have our final drive.
Well, a good way to end our day here in the heavies. It stayed competitive all the way from Class 1 to Class 15. And one of my favorite things about judging market goats is the weight. It really is irrelevant to me. And so I'm excited for the first class. The first one comes in. If the first one of the day is the lightest goat of the show, if he's the best one, I'm excited to use him. And I'm always excited to see the next one all the way till the last one comes in because you just never know when that one's going to come in here. And so I stayed excited all the way to the last class out here, and we've sure got a nice set of heavyweights. And the one that's going to go ahead and lead us off does so pretty handily for me. That one is real opened up and bold-bodied, where I like him just a little bit better than the rest of them. You get up on top of him for a heavyweight goat that's this mature, and I've talked about it a lot today. This late in the year, it is hard to keep those things toned up and fresh, and you've done just a phenomenal job of that. He is awesome coming out of the back of his blade. He is firm. He is fresh. He's 12 o'clock. He's got a big stout hip in him. He's just a little bit squarer out of his hip. His hind leg set and all the way down to the ground is just a little bit better than this goat that's coming out in 2. He's also fills in just a little bit better there over his loin edge. So one for me that's going to go ahead and start off this class and does so relatively handily. The one that's coming out in 2nd, that's another one that just in regard to freshness and body shape and tone and handle is really good. The front 2/3 of that goat I really like in terms of balance. He's tall shouldered. He runs uphill. He's big chested, bold bladed, big ribbed, and still a goat that's got some muscularity and some shape all the way working through him. He's not as good and he's not as square right there to the edge of his loin. My biggest issue with this goat and what keeps him in 2nd here in this class, that goat gets a little rounder out of his hip. He's got too much set to his hock, and that goat gets just a little too soft off of his rear pasterns. So if we could change the build of his hip and his hind leg to match the front 2/3 of him, then I think that pair becomes just a little bit closer. Here's one that's coming out in 3 that's real good looking from the side. I really like how elevated and tall shouldered he is. He's great in his lines. That goat, you get right in behind this lineup, and I thought it was pretty close, in my opinion, between 3 and 4, because this goat in 3, he does taper to his pin set, and he comes in and gets just a little bit flatter from behind, but I thought he was just good enough looking and still fresher to the handle than this goat that's coming out in 4, and that's what made my decision there. The one that's coming out in 4 stuck, I like this goat pretty good. He's another one that whenever you get right in behind him, probably has just a little more pin width and hip shape than the goat that goes right out ahead of him, but you get down his back and get right in behind his shoulder, he gets just a little flatter to his upper rib cage. Of our initial 4 that we have out here, he does rank 4th in terms of freshness and squareness and tone whenever you go up and get your hands on that thing. Here's another one that's going to round out our top 5. I like his maturity pattern. I like his length and extension and his growth curve just a little bit better than this goat that's going to go ahead and come out in 6th. I thought that was a close decision for me as well. That goat's big-footed, rugged in his bone work. He's got the framework to extend out here to this kind of weight and still stay correct in his composition. He's not as opened up. He's not as bold-bodied. He's not as just massive there in his rib, but his composition, his tone, and his trimness is still better than the one that's coming out in 6. One that's coming out in 6, honestly, pretty nice goat probably 50, 60 days ago. That goat's frame size probably hits more of a middleweight division for me. As he sits, he's getting just a little more mature, a little bit soft to the handle. If we could firm him up and crisp him up just a little bit, I think he would be more competitive, but just a little bit past 12 o'clock. Good class of goats, and like we've talked about all day, depth of quality in each one of these classes has been really good. I'm excited to get our class winners and seconds back out here for a heavyweight division, see how things shake out, and we're going to have a really good grand drive after we get our heavyweights picked as well. So again, you guys have been great around ringside all day through these classes. Congratulate our last class of the day on a job well done.
10th place was Dalton Adams, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats of Early. 9th was Presley McRee, Deer Park FFA. 8th, Coda Davis, Sutton County 4-H. 7th, Riley Austin, Farwell FFA. 6th, Avery Walker, Nueces Canyon FFA. 5th, Kennedy Thompson, Uvalde County 4-H. 4th, Savannah Elizondo, Travis County 4-H. Breeder was Triple D Livestock of Miles. 3rd, Brooke Poole, Chambers County 4-H. 2nd, Trey Harbor, Jonesboro FFA. And our class winner was Jordan Hart, Friendship FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Genetics of Lubbock. Congratulations to these exhibitors. We are ready for our heavyweight drive. Coming out of Class 11, first place was Graceland Daniel, Dumas FFA. Second place went to Matlin Mims, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Class 12, first place, Jaden Davenport, Lubbock Cooper FFA. And second was Coy Alexander, Anderson Shiro FFA. Class 13, first place, McKenna Cowley, Randall County 4-H. And second place, Logan Weidenfeller, Kendall County 4-H. Class 14, first place, Banner Young, Burke Burnett FFA. And second place, Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Class 15, first place, Jordan Hart, Friendship FFA. And second place, Trey Harbor, Jonesboro FFA. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Good set of class winners out here as we finish up our day in our heavyweight division again. Just like the first two divisions that we've had, I really like all 10 of these that come back out here. A little bit of give and take just in terms of type and kind. That's okay with me, though. In my opinion, they don't all have to look the same, just as long as they were the best ones there, in my opinion, in each one of those classes. That's really all that I care about. And then we'll see what they look like and stack them in next to each other here in our drive. And we did that. We've got a good set of them. But like I said, they are just a little bit different. Start off with a good looking one that's real fresh that comes out of that first class. I love that guy from the side, and that's your best look at him. He's really tall shouldered. His elevation is good. He's still fresh. Compare him to the ones that we have out of those heavier classes, and we talked about him in class. He needs to be opened up at his knee just a little bit. He does pull his hock in from behind, but still, whenever you get off to the side of this lineup, I do think you appreciate his quality quite a bit. Goat that comes out of that second class, there's a lot of give and take there in that class. And again, some good pieces in these goats. That one's big-footed. He's rugged in his bone work. He's opened up. He's big-hipped. He's big-pinned, big-bladed. All of his features, I really, really like that about him. He's a goat that's maybe getting just a little more mature up front. That's a goat that we talked about there in class that gets just a little steep out of his hip. He wants to roll out of his hock, and right where his loin ties into his hip, he could blend together just a little bit better right there. The one that wins that next class, really, really solid. I like that goat's body shape. His skeletal build is really, really good, and I just think really fits the basics of what I've been trying to build all day. Just practical, good kind of livestock, and I think he fits that very well. You look at these goats on either side of him. Does he have the extra bells and whistles and maybe some of the extreme pieces that we see out here in this lineup? No, he doesn't, but that's still a good goat that definitely checks the boxes, I guess, if you would say, in terms of being a good built one that's opened up and bold bodied, and he's got muscle. Really, really solid one, and I like what he represents out of class 3. The one that comes out of class 4, probably one that we talked about, does have more of those bells and whistles, because whenever you get off to the side of him, that one's probably the one that's the most striking up through his front end. He is really long necked, and he is good looking from the side. Real square hind leg in that guy. I like his bone. I like his feature. I like his hip shape. We talked about him in class. Get right up on top of him, and where he comes right out of the back of his blade, we could open him up in his upper rib cage just a little bit and sink his chine down in him just ever so slightly, kind of like the goat that wins that second class, where his loin ties into the front part of his hip. He could be just a little bit better there, but still, that guy's got some neat pieces. Definitely one, if you want to draw to him in terms of look and balance and quality from the profile, I like a lot of things about that goat. One that comes out of that last class, he's opened up, he's bold, he's powerful. That goat I really, really like to extend to this weight and still be that bold and still that tucked up in his chest and youthful and fresh to the handle. I really, really like that about him. If you're going with the power goat here in this lineup that's still good looking, I think you can tie into that one. Maybe he's not quite as exotic up front as we talk about and compare him to some of these other ones out in our lineup, but still that goat proportionality wise, he balances up pretty good. I love his width underneath. I love his blade. I love his body shape. I love his spread and his mass up high. And again, I thought that one won that class relatively handily, and he comes back out here and he's definitely a contender in my mind. I'll go ahead and set this down. That's kind of what I thought of our class winners, but again, just a great heavyweight division. I thought to round out our day, good second places over there. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate them one more time. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
And our heavyweight division champion goes to Jordan Hart, Friendship FFA. And the reserve banner goes to Banner Young, Burke Burnett FFA. While we take a break, I do want to announce we do have our showmanship winners for the day for the Lauren Julig Memorial Showmanship Awards. Our champion showman will receive a belt buckle, and that goes to Chloe McClellan, McLennan County 4-H. We have 2 runner-ups that will receive jackets for showmanship, and those go to Trey Harbor, Jonesboro FFA, and Sydney Newsom, Medina FFA. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. If our buckle winner and our jacket winners are here and they can come to the show ring, we'll get some information from you. Again, that is Chloe McClellan, Trey Harbor, and Sydney Newsom. Once again, we will take about a 15-minute break here after we finish taking pictures. We need those division champion and reserve champions back in the ring at 4:35. 4:35. Once again, we will need our champion and reserve division champions back at the show ring by 4:35. We will reweigh and then have our grand champion drive. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll need our exhibitors up here at 4:35, so 5 more minutes. Okay, we need our goats in here to reweigh and line up. Okay, we are ready for our grand drive. Okay, our lightweight division champion was Stratley Struby, Wall, Texas. Stratley's parents are Slayton and Brooke Struby, member of Tom Green County 4-H. Stratley wants to attend Texas A&M, and she wants to be a vet. Stratley's hobbies include showing sheep and goats and playing basketball. Our reserve lightweight division champion was Emma Latham, Dalhart, Texas. Emma's parents are Doug and Carol Latham. Member of Dallam-Hartley County 4-H, Emma wants to attend Oklahoma State. Plans on majoring in animal science to be a vet. She enjoys showing sheep and goats and hunting. Our medium weight champion went to Britley Bowers of Fredericksburg, Texas. Britley is a member of Gillespie County 4-H and Fredericksburg FFA. She plans on attending Texas A&M University and major in agriculture communications. She enjoys showing lambs, goats, playing basketball, and public speaking. Britley's parents are Chip and Audrey Bowers. Our reserve medium weight champion was Cody Sells of Taylor, Texas. Cody's a member of Williamson County 4-H. He plans on attending Texas A&M, enjoys showing goats, hunting, and fishing. His parents are Richard and Nanette Sells. Our heavyweight champion went to Jordan Hart of Lubbock. Jordan's a member of Friendship FFA. Parents are Dusty and Tammy Hart and Leah and Chris Corona. Jordan plans on attending Blinn College and major in nursing. Enjoys showing lambs and goats and fishing. And finally, our reserve heavyweight champion went to Banner Young of Burke Burnett, member of Burke Burnett FFA. Banner's parents are Dan and Jill Young. He plans on attending Texas Tech and majoring in botany. Enjoys working and showing his goats and pigs. Folks, we've got a great set of goats and a better set of kids. Let's give them a big round of applause. Folks, we're very pleased to have with us Mr. Dolphin Jackson and Joel Anderson. They are members of the Rodeo Austin Executive Board, and they are here with us today to present the Grand and Reserve Champion banners. We appreciate their support of this show.
Well, this has been fun. I've sure enjoyed my day with you guys, getting to spend it judging the goats here today. It's been absolutely phenomenal all day long, and I've been really, really looking forward to this. And over the last year, everything's been just a little bit crazy. I think it was a year ago today, I was up at Oklahoma City judging the Doe Show, and then that night, just about as soon as I got finished up and we got finished up with that show, it got canceled for the whole rest of the duration of the show, and I know you guys did here at Austin just about a year ago today, and so I was pretty excited to get the call to get to come down here and do it, but I was also just a little bit nervous thinking, and every day thinking, man, I hope this happens, because I'm sure wanting to come down here, and I'm so glad that it did, and things like this don't just happen. You guys have a crew that's been working and been fighting all year long to have this thing, and I'm sure there were a lot of ups and downs. I know there were, and I'm really not jealous of that. I don't think anybody is jealous of the position that the people here at Rodeo Austin that made this thing thing happen have been in over the last year. So it's just an absolute privilege to get to be here for me, for you guys, for everybody that made this thing happen. Thank you guys. If you guys would, around ringside, put your hands together for everybody that made this happen. We had a great crew today working the ring and everybody behind the scenes. And I was talking to Jeff earlier about just how easy it is to get out here and judge them whenever you've got such a good crew and how everything works so smooth today. And so I know these things don't happen without all the hours that they put in. And I'm certainly appreciative of that and how smooth that our show ran. And we get back out here and we get our division winners back out. I think a really, really nice setup of them top to bottom, and as you look through each one of these divisions that come back out here, we'll brush over them just real quick before we select your champion in reserve. But I like all of them a bunch. I think all 6 of these goats that come out here are just exceptionally good in their own right. Like we talked about in one of those divisions, I think it maybe was the heavyweight division. Each one of them brings just a little bit of different aspect to the table that we have out here, but all 6 of them are really, really good. We got our lightweight division, and that division started us out awesome. That one that wins that division is so opened up and so bold and so fresh. Get up on top of him and get your hands on him. He handles like a heavyweight, and I love that about him. He is so good-bodied. He is so massive. He is so good to the touch, and still a goat that's good-looking from the side. We had the reserve in that division that was square-built, awesome in terms of his skeleton, just good livestock that fills in second in there in our lightweight division. Got a good pair out here in our middleweight division. The one that wins that division is just good built livestock. That one is awesome in his skeleton. He's good footed. He's good boned. You get those things in motion, and no matter what I'm judging, I like him to move. I like him to get out and go. Whether we're raising cattle or we're talking about raising goats, what we do at home, both of those just a little bit. They've got to be good built to start off with, and this one's got the kind of foundation that you can work off of, and I like that about him. He is so good in his movement. He's so good in his build, and still to combine it with the kind of power that he does, I think that makes him a unique one in there. And I guarantee you that one that's reserving that division, he's pretty unique too. There wasn't another one that looked like him. We talked about him in class. They're just an absolute freak of nature in terms of power. He's certainly one that brings some out there, just way out there, wild pieces out here in our lineup, and I like that about him. The one that wins that heavyweight division, he's opened up, he's stout, he's bold. He came out of that last class of the day. I like goats that are that heavy and can still be that fresh. And whenever you're raising them and talking about building goats that are opened up and bold-bodied and have mass and still have some look and some balance and proportionality from the side, no, you'll stay in business, because that's another one that's just good stuff that comes out of that last division. The one that was reserved in there, another one really high quality, great looking, great built one. I like both of those heavyweights a great deal whenever they come back out here. I was excited to get them back out here. You always wonder how they're going to hold up. These things can change just over the span of a couple hours. I know that, and it's always nice to get them back out here, and you hope that they look good. And you guys have just done a phenomenal job keeping them out here and keeping them together, keeping them looking good the whole time. And I know it just wasn't today. It's been a long process to get these things out here and get them ready for today, and you guys absolutely did that. And so it's been a real pleasure to get to spend my day with you here in the Goat Show. I absolutely enjoyed it. I wish you guys the best of luck. I guess this is your last major of the year, so best of luck as you're buying projects and getting ready to start it all over again. It's just a wicked cycle, and you got to start up just about right now. And so I wish you guys the best of luck as you're moving on and ending up this spring. So again, thanks for the opportunity to get to come down here and do it. If you guys would, let's go ahead and congratulate these 6 young people for making it back out here. I'll go ahead and sit this down, and we'll select your champion in reserve here at Austin. Again, congratulations to you guys.
Our grand champion market goat goes to Britley Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. And reserve grand goes to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.